Only about 7 minutes before we'll be starting doing our first called lanes here. So if you are looking to get yourself some stuff at that pits concession, make sure you're heading on over there right away, as we're going to be looking to get tires on track in, once again, about 6.5 minutes here. And in case you missed it, run order today is the same as yesterday. Pro, Juniors, Super Pro, our test and tune, then our heavy metal to finish it off, and the cycle will repeat. Alrighty, about 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left before we are looking to get tires on track. So heads up, Pro. We're going to start calling you to lanes in about 2 minutes here. Once again, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Pro, this is your 2-minute warning. Pro, this is your 2-minute warning. We're going to start calling you to lanes in just a few minutes here. Alrighty, we are just about ready to start getting you into those lanes. So once again, heads up, Pro, heads up, Pro. If I can get you guys start coming into the back of those staging lanes in 1 minute here. Once again, Pro, if I can get you guys in the back of those staging lanes in 1 minute here. Juniors, you're going to be on standby right after that. Juniors, you will be on standby right after that. Already looks like things are going to be in position, so can I please get Pro, this is your first call to lanes. Pro, this is your first call to lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro, this is your first call to lanes. Pro, this is your first call to lanes. Alrighty, our water box has put some moisture down in that mutual pain burnout box. Looks like we are just about ready to go. We have our start line getting everything confirmed. And on that note, let's do it. Second call for Pro, second call for Pro. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call for Pro, second call for Pro. That is Pro to staging lanes, please. This is your second call for Pro. Second call for Pro. And can I get juniors, if you guys are about ready? Can I get you guys heading on into lanes 0 and 1, and any Pro that's coming in, can you guys please come to lanes 3 and 4? Lanes 3 and 4 for Pro, lanes 0 and 1 for juniors. And our first pair are off. Greg Palmer starting off with a nice 60 thou reaction. Gonna get 10-19. Mike Mozowicz running with him in the Hellcat. Gonna get a 10-16. Once again, 10-16 for Mike Mozowicz. And Palmer getting 10-19. Mike Swanson coming up next alongside Brian Harlock. Harlock coming in for CP inspection. Getting that beautiful blue Dart Sport radial run alongside that lovely S10. All right, Mike Swanson, 70 thou reaction coming in with an 1140, and Harlock with a beautiful 19 thou reaction coming in with a 1024 on that run as they look to see how the track is looking this morning. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call Pro, final call Pro. Pro, please come into lanes 3 and 4. Pro, please come into lanes 3 and 4. That is your final call for Pro, final call for Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Final call for Pro, final call for Pro, lanes 3 and 4, juniors, lanes 0 and 1, juniors, lanes 0 and 1. Second call for juniors, lane 0 and 1. Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro, you are on standby. All right, Peter Nguyen, 12, thou reaction, getting the day off right. 1974 Duster running at a 1061 there. Jason Prosser with the Chevelle, he is going to hit the 1173, a little bit of a red light there, making the tree blush by 21 thou. And Justin DeClerc coming in, the Challenger, getting ready to rip for the first qualifier of the day. If you missed it, Pro, your final call has gone out. Pro, your final call has gone out. Lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4 for Pro. Juniors, your second call has gone out. Juniors, your second call has gone out. Lanes 0 and 1, lanes 0 and 1 for juniors. On that last one, Justin, 997 on the board. Kevin White's going to put a 73 thou on the board there. $11.56 on that run. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for juniors, final call for juniors. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call juniors, final call for juniors. That is juniors to the staging lanes, please. This is your final call. Juniors to staging lanes, please. This is your final call. And Super Pro, can I get you going into lanes 3 and 4? Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4, please. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro, this is your first call. And final call for juniors. Final call for juniors to lanes 0 and 1. And Super Pro, first call to lanes 3 and 4. Zach Gates in that Fox Body Mustang getting a 1032 and getting a 12 thou reaction, starting off the day nicely. Mike Lauderwall, who I believe was one of our finalists yesterday, he is running a bit red there, coming in for YG Flooring Outlet and Mr. P Auto Detailing. 1161 on the board for that run to start off the day for time trials for Pro. Up next, we're moving on to our juniors here.
Want me to hold it here? I'm feeling it here too.
Oh, sounds like we're being held up for a bit. And looking like there's a little bit of wind going on, not much. Looks like a pretty calm day for that, at least, which is nice. I don't know, have any news of specifics yet, but we are currently on hold for just a little bit here. So if you are looking to get yourself some hot chocolate, maybe some coffee, a little bit of Bailey's to help your day start off a little easier, make sure you're heading on down to that Pits concession and getting yourself something to drink. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Actually, hold on, I'm going to confirm something first. Alrighty, start line is starting to wave them on forward. We're going to get running again. So Super Pro. Can I get you guys to make your way back into those staging lanes, please? Super Pro to staging lanes, please. This is technically your second call, but we might not necessarily fully treat it as that. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Paid test and tune, paid test and tune. You are on standby. Paid test and tune, paid test and tune. You are on standby. That is, once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, our juniors are rolling on in here. Dylan Baker and Presley McLean looking to get ready for another rumba here today. They faced off yesterday, and I'm thinking they're going to maybe see if they'll have the same results. I don't know. It's going to be anybody's race. Dylan Baker coming in that 2005 Junior Dragster. Presley McLean coming in for Canadian Tire, Spruce Grove. Stephanie McLean, Realtors, Century 21 Masters, getting ready to rip, coming in from Onaway. Only 4 thou difference in reaction between the two. Dylan Baker, 91 thou. Presley, 4 thou better at 87. Presley's going to come in with a 12-20 on the board there. Flashing on my screen here. And Dylan Baker, 14-17 for that run as they get into their time trials. Cohen Laprise coming up next. Coming in from White Court for Iron Wing Manufacturing, I believe. Sarah Duchesne coming in alongside for Mobile One, On Great Earthworks, Hightower Oil Field, Blue Water Group, and Total Choice Auto. And our juniors like to say a big thank you to their sponsors. Big thank you to Two Bros, Total Choice Auto, and the Blue Water, sorry, not Blue Water. It's the McSweeney's and Grimm's. Sorry, McSweeney's and Grimm's for sponsors there. Big thank you guys for helping out our Nitro Rats here at Rad Torque Raceways. Almost identical reactions, just on different sides of the light there. Colin Laprise running a little bit red there. And Sarah Duchesne going 43 thou. Sarah going to get a 906 on the board. Cohen going to get 872. Cole Carton coming in next for High River with Riker P. Riker P coming in for Morton Distortion, EMA, Merrick Parks Locators, and Lone Wolf Bobcat. Second call. We're doing an actual official second call for all you Super Pro racers. Get your way on down into those staging lanes. I can see a few of you there on the back of my screen there barely. Once again, Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. This is your second call to staging lanes, please. And pay test and tune. You are still on standby, so not coming to those lanes yet, but you are on standby. Get ready. Your call lanes will be coming soon. All right, Cole Caron gonna get a 69 thou reaction. Let's see where he lands as far as time. 791. Riker Dupuy going a little bit in the red there, making the tree blush a bit. Coming in 824. Sterling Thomas coming on up next. He unfortunately had his name disappear during the races on me, so I'm going to write that down. He is getting ready to rip for our qualifiers for our juniors. All right, he's off. Sterling Thomas going to put an 813 on the board on that run. Alrighty, our Super Pro is getting lined up in those lanes. On that note, let's do a little bit of a final call. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Final call, Super Pro. Final call, Super Pro. Oh, that safety quad is coming on back. So I'm going to be waiting a little bit to hear what the verdict is. Alrighty, engines are firing back on up. So can I please get attention to the pits? Attention to the pits. Pay test and tune to staging lanes, please. Pay test and tune to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Pay test and tune. Pay test and tune to staging lanes, please. And heavy metal, you know what that means. Heavy metal, you are on deck. Heavy metal, you are on deck. You guys are going to be coming in as soon as these tests in tunes are in a sufficient state for you to be brought into lanes. So that is first call, test and tune. First call, test and tune. Heavy metal, you are on standby. Heavy metal, you are on standby. Mike Swanson in the S10 again, getting ready to rip alongside Pat Duhaniak, bringing in the Roadster. Pat was one of our finalists yesterday, looking to see if he can get some good times dialed in, maybe do it again today. Mike Swanson with the reaction advantage there. 27th out and 11:40 on the board for that first run. Well, first run in Super Pro. Pat Duhaniak, 34th out and getting a 9:20 on the board for that run. Megan Caston coming up next in, says hardtail there. Getting ready to rip in that dragster. Coming along Shailene Smith. Shailene Smith making it all the way to the finals yesterday as well. 1969 Chevy Camaro, beautiful machine. Megan Caston, 8:16 on the board. Shailene Smith had to back off, unfortunately. Slow rolling there, and she is through to the finish line, but 5 thou reaction, which is a good reaction to start off the day, but it looks like things weren't quite going right there on that run. Tanya Mozowicz bringing in that drag pack challenger alongside Winston Fisher in the dragster. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Paid test and tune, paid test and tune. This is your second call to lanes, paid test and tune. Second call to lanes, paid test and tune. If you're a paid tester and or tuner, or you're doing licensing and you've paid for it, make sure you're making way into those staging lanes, as this is your official second call. Once again, official second call, paid test and tune. Second call, paid test, tune, and licensing. Alrighty, safety just gave the all clear, so we're going to get our two racers once again, Tanya Mozowicz in that drag pack, and Winston Fisher getting ready to do another burnout in the Mutual Pain burnout box. Get those tires nice and toasty. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, paid test and tune. Final call, paid test and tune. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Paid test, tune, and licensing. Final call, paid test, tune, and licensing. Final call, paid test, tune, and licensing to staging lanes, please. And on that note, can I please get heavy metal? Heavy metal to your staging lanes, please. Heavy metal to staging lanes, please. Can you please go into lanes 2 and up? Lanes 2 and up, so leave lanes 0 and 1 for any test and tunes that are coming in for that final call. And come on in, heavy metal. Tanya and Winston both going to red light there, but Tanya only 8th thou in the red. Once again, Tanya 8th thou in the red, 9:31 on the board. Winston Fisher just a little bit more in the red there and coming in with a 10:29. Janet Coleman coming in, that 1968 machine. getting ready to rip. Unfortunately, I don't have a name here, but I believe. Ah, man. My brain's not working this morning. But I believe he was getting set up yesterday, getting ready to run. Both pre-stage for their first time trial. That didn't sound great. And yeah, we're going to have to hold. Doing exactly what you're supposed to do when you run into any issues on the track. Hold on over to the side wall to keep any potential cleanup to a minimum. Safety's going to head on out and get us running as soon as we possibly can. Alrighty, just a little bit longer while we wait for that track to get clear and everything to be nice and ready for us to run. Thank you so much for your patience. If you're looking for the opportunity to head on down to that pits concession, get yourself a little bit of pre-lunch in, make sure you're heading on over. Maybe get yourself a little hot chocolate, a little coffee to get your day started off right. Alrighty, engines are firing back up. Paige Baskerville going to be getting that trouble gum into the water box, getting her burnout going, along with Jason Solomon. Also bringing in the dragster there. Pair of beautiful machines getting ready to get those Hoosiers warmed up. Rather fitting, since this is the NHRA Hoosier bracket. Also, as a little bit of a call out for lanes. Heavy metal, heavy metal. We're going to have your official second call. Looks like most of you are already getting in those lanes anyway, but this is your official second call just because of that little break there while we got the track nice and safe and clear. Once again, heavy metal, second call of the lanes, heavy metal, second call of the lanes. And there's a lot of those heavy metal racers already in those lanes, so Pro, this is your standby. It's a bit of a longer standby, but Pro, this is your standby. Pre-stages are lit. And there's our deep stages. Just narrow red light for Paige there. Paige, once again, narrow red light at only 34,000 in the red. Jason Solomon, 23,000, actually getting an 877 on the board. Baskerville getting an 806 in the trouble gum. Sherman. Schlatt coming in, the Spitzter. County Line Auto Body helping him out there. Reed Thomas also coming in. Oh, I just got the word. Never mind, we're okay. Sherman getting a day off, started nicely with a 41 thou. 798 on the board. Reed Thomas getting 25 thou. And a 978 for that run. Alrighty, coming in up next, Chris Gould in that lovely Camaro. Alrighty, attention the pits, final call for heavy metal, final call, heavy metal, that is attention the pits, final call, heavy metal, final call, heavy metal. Once again, Pro, you are on standby, Nudges it on in. Little trouble with the grip. We got a lot of power, but having some trouble getting those horses galloping on the track. We can look forward to seeing that thing run a lot faster, I think. All right, I believe that is a Mustang Cobra getting ready to rip. Getting a nice burnout in that mutual vein burnout box. And coming up next for our test and tuners, Leo Haradway. Bringing in the Roadster. Gonna be finishing off our little test and tune passes here. And right after Leo, we'll be moving on in to our heavy metal. Carr was fighting him a little bit there. He managed to keep it nice and straight. Hitting 861 on the quarter mile there. And a 2-thou reaction for Leo there. All right, the Deschaines getting ready to rip here. They raced off, I believe, at Rocky Mountain Nationals. Tristan in the Roadster, Jason in the Mullis Dragster. Both of them coming in with trial and error on the side of there for sponsors. Narrow red light for Tristan. Only 2-thou in the red there. 5:57 on the 8th mile. Jason, 7-thou reaction, 4:78. Duhaniak coming up next for R&D Trailer Rentals, Season Mark Performance, BKE Transportation, Lord Go Auto Parts. Coming alongside Chris Crozer in the other TNT. Crozer in the Napa lane, Justin in the Summit lane. $18,000 reaction for Justin. Chris, $24,000. Zach Gates bringing in that Fox body for another hit at the tree. Coming in this time for heavy metal. Mike Crozier coming in for DCRT Welding. Day and Night Hotshot. Zach coming in for Helena Farming. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro to lanes, please. Pro to lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro to lanes, please. Pro to lanes, please. Alrighty, Brett Fitt coming in for All Fits Auto, coming alongside Mike Barron. Barron coming in that Spitster from Edmonton. And Fitt coming in from Rocky View. Once again, bringing in the Nova 2. Well, light separates them, but some very similar reactions. 35 thou on the red, Brett 611 on the board. And Tony coming in for Ultra Arc Welding. Oh, sorry, nope, wrong. Sorry. Mike Barron coming in with 37 thou and 483. Now we're on to Tony. Tony Osterkar coming in the 1984. Interrupting with the burnout, how rude. Tony Osterkar coming in the 1984 Ranger for Ultra Arc Welding, and Johnny's Glass getting ready to rip here today. With Michael Scholl coming in from Calgary in that TNT Dragster. Osterkar from Drayton Valley. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call for Pro, second call for Pro. That is attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, this is your second call. Pro, this is your second call. The staging lanes, please. Only 2 thou separate them for reactions in this qualifier here. Michael Scholl, 22 thou. 452. Tony Osterkar getting off the line to 2 thou before him with 20 thou and 655 on that run. Joey the Grave Digger getting ready to rip in the Grand Am. Coming in with Daryl Smith in the Roadster. $37 thou for Graves and getting 505 on the board. Smith 16. 16 thou in the red there, but Smith will get a 540 on this one for their first time trial here. Morgan Caron coming in for Napa, Goodyear, and County Chrysler. Coming in from High River in that dragster. Alongside Madison Morton. Coming in for GT Gas, White Spruce, and Alberta IMD. Narrow red light for Caron. They're at only 4 thou in the red. 495 for that run, and just a little bit quicker on the run. Madison Morton, 13 thou reaction, a 480. Daniel O'Connor bringing in that 1968 Acadian for R&R Welding, Eberts Brothers Racing, Mofo Trucking, and Seas Inc. Ricky Wilson coming in for RPB Industries, Wilson Racing, Precision Performance, Modified Welding, Challenger, Downhole Tools. And in that Don Dravis Dragster. Daniel O'Connor getting a nice 13th out and 567 on the board. Ricky Wilson only narrowly on the wrong side of the red light there at 6th thou and 5 flat on the board. All right, another couple O'Connors coming up next. Darren O'Connor bringing in the Nova, and Ryan bringing in the Ranger 1982 flavor. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits, final call pro, final call pro. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro, this is your final call. Pro, this is your final call. Juniors, can I get you guys coming on in to lanes 0 and 1? Juniors to staging lanes 0 and 1. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors, this is your call to lanes. Juniors, this is your call to lanes. Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro, you are on standby. Once again, first call juniors, first call juniors. Super Pro, you are on standby. Pat Duhaniak coming in the roadster. Bringing it in from Seba Beach. 1927 flavor there. Randy Moderson bringing the split window 1963 Corvette. Looks like Moderson was getting pulled a little bit to the left there, but he manages to have an 11th hour action hitting 5:15 for that run. Pat Duhaniak, 48th hour reaction, 5:75. And Joey Graves coming on in, or sorry, Cody. Geez, sorry about that. Cody Graves coming on in next. And I might be misremembering, but I think he was one of our finalists yesterday. Ooh, not just one of our finalists. He was the winner yesterday for Heavy Metal. Coming in from Sherwood Park alongside Ray Gates. Ray Gates coming in at Dragster for Fast Times Machining from Medicine Hat. Pre-stages are lit. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to staging lanes, please. Juniors to staging lanes, please. This is your second call to lanes. Second call to lanes, juniors. Second call to lanes, juniors. On that last run there, Cody getting 8th thou and 470 on the board for Gravedigger there. Ray Gates getting 14th thou and 453. Jason Prosler up next in the Chevelle, 1970s flavor. Mike Mozowicz bringing in the Hellcat. Jason's not going to be happy with that reaction. 1170 on the board. Mike Mozowicz, 28th thou in the red, going to get a 1018. Once again, narrowly in the red there. And 1018 for Mozowicz. Prosler, 1170. Kevin White in the 1971 Duster, getting ready to rip alongside Greg Palmer. Looks like we're just going to wait a little bit here before we get the all clear. Just got to make sure everything is good up at that finish line. Oh, our track staff is hopping on the quad, getting ready to do a quick reconnoiter. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call juniors, final call juniors. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call juniors, final call juniors. There will be a little bit of a shutdown here. Track staff is just trekking the track to make sure everything is good. Well, if you haven't yet gotten yourself a little bit of lunch, it's 11 o'clock, and now it's probably the perfect time to head on down to those pits concessions and get yourself some grub. They should be having those poutines, hamburgers, hot dogs, and so much more available for you to grab down there. So make sure you're checking it on out and getting yourself fed up. Alrighty, and a reminder to all racers, make sure you're getting your buy-ins into the tower before your second round of qualifiers. If you guys have outstanding buy-ins, Zach Gates, Kevin White, Shailene Smith, Jason Solomon, Reed Thomas, Sherman Schlatt, Janet Coleman, and Megan Caston. Please make sure you bring your buy-ins to the tower. Once again, if you have not yet brought your buy-ins to the tower, please make sure you do so, as once again, while they're checking the track for safety, now is probably the perfect time to do so. All right, we are back at her. All right, Kevin White bringing in that lovely 1971 Duster from Stony Plain. Coming in with Greg Palmer in, I believe that's a Challenger, coming in from Calgary. And Kevin White, not going to like his reaction there, but he's going to get an 11.27 on the board. Greg going to get 10.16 and 98 thou for reaction there. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro. Can I get Super Pro to staging lanes, please? That is attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro. This is your first call to lanes. All right, Justin Declan in that Challenger. Going to get a 9.77 on the board. A little bit of a red light there. Peter Nguyen, lovely 9th reaction, 10.61 on the board. Up next, Brian Harlock. Harlock bringing in that Dart Sport for CP Inspections with Mike Swanson in that S10. Swanson. Going to get an 11.36 on the board there. And Harlock, a little bit of a red light coming in with a 10.22. Zach Gates coming in around for his second time trial for Pro Gamblers here. Bringing in once again that Fox Body Mustang. Nova Mike bringing in, guess what? The Nova 1970 flavor for YG Flooring Outlet and Mr. P Auto Detailing. Zach Gates getting a nice 27th thou and getting 10.33 on the board. Mike having a little, Nova Mike, sorry, having a little bit of a red light there. Hitting 11.55. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro, this is your second call to staging lanes, please. Second call to staging lanes. Super Pro Racers. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. And paid test and tune, paid test and tune. You are on standby. Paid test and tune. You are on standby. If the numbers are the same as last round, that means heavy metal. You're basically on standby right now, too. Juniors coming on in again here. Presley McLean and Dylan Baker. They ran off against each other in the finals yesterday. For the Junior Storms, Canadian Tire, Spruce Grove, Stephanie McLean, Century Reel 21. Masters coming in for Presley. That'll be a 12.21 on the board for Presley and a 49th thou reaction. Dylan in a 14.24 on that run. Sarah Duchesne coming on next in that trial and error dragster from Louisville on Great Northwood Side Blue Water Group and Total Choice Auto getting ready to rip alongside Sterling Thomas. Sterling Thomas, I believe he was doing licensing not too long ago, so it's getting some good rips on in. Glad to see him on out here. Also, juniors like to say a big thank you to Iron Wing Tank and Vac for sponsoring them here at Rad Torque Raceways once again. Big thank you to Iron Wing Tank and Vac for sponsoring the Junior Nitro Rats here at Rad Torque Raceway. Sherry DeShane, narrow red light there, 7 thou in the red, 907. Sterling Thomas getting a nice 57 thou reaction and 807 on the board. Riker Dupuis coming up next from Morton Distortion Racing, EMA Murray Truck Part Locators, Lone Wolf Augering as well with Cohen Lap Rise. Cohen Lap Rise, I believe, is sponsored by Iron Wing as well. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, Super Pro. Final call, Super Pro. That is attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call, Super Pro. Final call, Super Pro. And the tree is down. Riker getting a 71 thou reaction. $824 on the board there for that run. Cohen Lap Rise coming with an 880 for this second round of qualifiers for the Junior Lightnings. And Cole Caron coming in from High River getting ready to rip. $62 thou reaction there for Cole, and he's going to get a 791. And that will be the last junior ripping on down the track there for this second round of qualifiers. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. First call, test and tune, first call, test and tune. That is paid test tune and licensing to staging lanes, please. Paid test tune and licensing to staging lanes, please. Can I get you guys into lanes 1 and 2? Lanes 1 and 2, paid test tune and licensing. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Paid test tune and licensing to lanes 1 and 2. Paid test tune and licensing to lanes 1 and 2. Tanya Mozowicz bringing in that drag pack challenger alongside the Rosebud. I can't remember which one of the roses this is. Getting ready to rip. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, paid test and tune. Second call, paid test and tune. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, paid test and tune. Second call. Paid test and tune. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This is your second call, paid test and tune. Second call, paid test and tune. Heavy metal, you are on standby. Heavy metal, you are on standby. Tanya Moswich on that last one run. Blah, 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 pardon me. Tanya Moswich on that last run. Coming in a little bit in the red there, and a 9:33. And the Rose coming in with a 34th hour reaction and 10:49 on that run. Jason Solomon coming in from Beaumont. Paige Baskerville bringing in the Trouble Gum Dragster. A little bit of a double red light there. Solomon going to be 2,000 in the red. Baskerville 41. Baskerville's going to get an 804 on the board. And Jason Solomon going to get an 866. Pat Duhaniak getting ready for another rip alongside Reed Thomas. Pat bringing in the Roadster. Thomas, I believe, Chevy too. I'm not shitting though. Alrighty, final call, paid test and tune. Final call, paid test and tune. Can I get any of you guys remaining, please come into lanes 0 and 1 for any remaining paid test and tune that have not yet come for the calls. 0 and 1 for paid test and tune. And can I please get heavy metal to start coming on into lanes 3, 4, and 5? Lanes 3, 4, and 5 for heavy metal. Mike Swanson in the S10 getting ready to run alongside Sherman Slatt. Swanson bringing in the S10. Sherman Schlatt, bringing in the Spitster from Stony Plain. Coming in for County Line Auto Body. Swanson repping Fort Saskatchewan. Sherman getting a nice 11th thou reaction and 797 on the board. It's Mike Swanson getting 42 thou and 1138. Winston Fisher getting ready to rip, and hopefully I'm getting it right this time. Otherwise, please come up and correct me. Jeanette Coleman. Hopefully I got it right. Can you give me a thumbs up if you heard me? Is it Jeanette? I don't think he can hear me. Also, once again, racers, if you know I'm saying your name wrong, please tell me, because I like to be correct. Little bit of a red light there for Winston Fisher. That'll be 10-17 for him, and Coleman going to get 11-16. Jeanette getting 11-16. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Please do correct me if I didn't. Second call, heavy metal. Second call, heavy metal. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, heavy metal. Second call, heavy metal. To your staging lanes, please. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Heavy metal, heavy metal. Second call, heavy metal to your staging lanes, please. That Cobra is going to be fast as soon as you can get that car figured out. It'll be blazing. 9:44 for the Summit Lane, Napa Lane. Once again, that Cobra getting also both those cars hitting 140, going blazing fast. Alrighty. Those heavy metals are kind of pulling on into those lanes, getting ready to rip. It will be their second round of qualifiers. I think he's going to need a reset at the line there. That's unfortunate, but that is what Test and Tune is for. Oh my goodness, I forgot to have music on there. Sorry, folks. Alrighty, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Heavy metal, heavy metal. This is your final call, heavy metal. Final call, heavy metal to staging lanes, please, for your second round of qualifiers. Heavy metal, heavy metal. Final call for round 2 of qualifiers. Alrighty, while we're waiting for our heavy metals to get ready to rip, Mike Barron, Brett Fitt, Kevin White, Megan Caston, and Shailene Smith, please come up to the tower and pay your buy-ins. Once again, Mike Barron, Brett Fitt, Kevin White, Megan Caston, Shailene Smith, please bring your buy-ins to the tower, as once again, that's kind of needed for you to be on the ladder. Alrighty, Chris Crozier coming on in alongside Zach Gates. Crozier bringing the TNT dragster. Gates bringing in the Helena Farming sponsored Fox Body. Narrow red light for Crozier at 14th thou. Zach Gates getting another tight reaction on only 7th thou and 6:55 on the board for the 8th mile here. Tristan Duchesne bringing the trial and error. Roadster coming in alongside Joe Graves bringing the 2005 Grand Am. Tristan Duchesne, 49th thou reaction, 5:52 on the board. Joe Graves, 5:05 and 10th thou reaction. Tristan coming up from juniors this year and in the full class. I believe he started at the Rocky Mountain Nationals and had a great showing. Justin Honiak coming up next. Honiak for R&D Trailer Rentals, CCMR Performance, BKE Transportation, and Lordco Auto Parts coming in against Daryl Smith in that Silver Bullet Corvette Roadster. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro. Round one eliminations for Pro to staging lanes, please. That is round one eliminations to for Pro to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Round one eliminations Pro to staging lanes, please. Justin Honiak, 4th thou reaction, 4:51 on the board for the 8th mile. Daryl Smith, 36th thou and 5:39. Jason Duchesne getting ready to rip in the muss. Trial and error dragster and Eric Golden bringing in the TNT. They both stage. And they're off. A little bit of a red light for Duchesne there. 4:73 on the board for Jason. Eric Golden, 46th thou and 4:68. Also, big thank you to Fennings Cat for sponsoring us here at Rad Torque Raceways and helping us keep the track running. And also, Heavy Metal's running right now, so it seems like an appropriate time to say a huge thank you to one of our facility sponsors as well, Heavy Metal as well, Equipment Rentals, your #1 source if you are looking to move the earth. All right, transitioning back into extra calling races, Monty Beagle coming in the Spitster with Daryl Baker. Baker bringing in that S10. Monty Beagle, 4:50 on the board with an 18th thou reaction. Daryl Baker, 23th thou and 5:23. Madison Morton coming in for GT Gas, White Spruce, and Alberta IMD. Michael or Michelle Scholl coming in from Calgary in that TNT. And just a reminder for Racers families, if I say a name wrong, I would actually appreciate if you corrected me, please. But if you find it sufficiently funny that you just want to laugh about it, that's perfectly understandable too. Oh, wow, only 2 thou separate the reaction. That's a pretty tight race there. Only 2 thou separated the reaction. 31 thou for Madison and 2 thou faster Shoal with 29 thou. Up next, Mike Crozier coming in for DCRT Welding, Day and Night Hotshot. Bringing in that TNT from the far off land of Leduc. Alongside Morgan Caron and Caron bringing it in that Napa Goodyear and Coronti Chrysler sponsored dragster from High River. Well, and I'm sure none of y'all here need me to tell you, but we got our hot August nights coming up this Wednesday. Gonna be a great Wednesday there for that. And Smoked Out Shootout is coming up this next weekend as well. So we got a heavy week of racing here. Once again, hot August coming this Wednesday. Smoked Out Shootout coming, I believe, Friday and Saturday. Mike Crozier on that last run there. 3 thou faster, or sorry, 3 thou behind Morgan Caron on the light there with 53 thou. Caron 50 thou, getting a 494 on the board. Crozier getting 469. Ryan O'Connor up next. I know that truck ain't no stranger. That's a Ranger. Coming in with a Brett Fit for All Fits Auto in the Nova 2. Brett Fit getting a 12 thou reaction. Ryan getting a beautiful, though, near perfect 4 thou. 594 on the board for Ryan. Fit 613. Ricky Wilson coming up next for that. I believe Dawn Dangerous Dragster. I might be wrong. For RPD Industries, Wilson Racing Precision Performance, Modified Welding, and Challenger Downhole Tools. Coming in with Darren O'Connor. Daniel O'Connor bringing in the Acadian 1968 flavor. R&R Welding, Ebert's Brother Racing, Mofo Trucking, and C's Inc. helping them on out there. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Shailene Smith and Megan Caston. Shailene Smith and Megan Caston, please come to the tower right away, as if you do not come and play your buy-ins, they will be printing off the ladder without you. Shailene Smith, Megan Caston. Shailene Smith, Megan Caston, this is your final call to come to the tower to do your buy-in. Final call to come to the tower to do your buy-in for Shailene Smith and Megan Caston. Once again, final call, Shailene Smith and Megan Caston to the tower for your buy-in. Ricky Wilson on that last run, 33 thou reaction, 498 on the board. And 17 thou slower off that light there. Daniel O'Connor, 50 thou and getting a 563 on that run. Tony Osford car bringing in another Ranger. That beautiful pink and black machine getting helped out by Ultra Arc Welding and Johnny's Glass. Cody Gravedigger getting ready to rip alongside of him. Once again, I believe he was our winner yesterday. Well, that Gravedigger certainly still has his shovel out. 6 thou reaction and 471 on the board. Tony Ostergaard getting 43 thou and 657. Ray Gates coming in for Fast Times Machining. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Garnet Rose to the tower, Garnet Rose to the tower. This is final call for buy-in. Final call for buy-in for Garnet Rose as well. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for buy-in, final call for buy-in for Garnet Rose. If you do not bring that up as fast as possible, you will not be on the ladder. All right, once again, Ray Gates in the Miller Dragster for Fast Times Machining, coming in with Darren O'Connor. Darren O'Connor bringing in that Nova. I believe I should have done this a while ago, sorry. Second call for pro, Juniors, you are on to Take a look outside. Beautiful reaction from Ray Gates though at 5 thou, and Darren O'Connor at 28 thou. Danny Moderson coming in for Flutter Boutique, and Randy Moderson coming in that Corvette. All right, I got to go take a look at those lanes. I'll be right back. All right, I can already see one of you guys doing it. So juniors, please start sneaking on into lane 0. Juniors to lane 0, please. You've already had your second call for pro, first round of eliminations. Second call for pro, first round of eliminations. And all you super pro racers, you've had your final call. If you haven't done your buy-ins yet, you need to be running on over here, as they will be printing off the ladder without you if you do not get that in right away. Danny Moderson getting the better reaction there at 11 thou and 544. Randy 32 thou and 512. On that note, Super Pro, you are on standby. Round 1 eliminations. Super Pro, you are on standby. That ladder will be printing off right away here. Once again, we've had our final call for all those buy-ins here. If you're not already running towards the tower, it's going to be a little bit too late, probably. Brett Fitt and Eric Golden to the tower, please. Brett Fitt and Eric Golden to the tower, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Brett Fitt and Eric Golden to the tower. Brett Fitt and Eric Golden to the tower for your buy-ins. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call pro, final call pro. Second call juniors for, well, juniors round 3 of qualifiers. First round of eliminations for pro. First round of eliminations pro, final call. First round of eliminations pro, final call. And second call for juniors. Second call for juniors. Once again, that is final call for our pro gamblers. Round 1 of eliminations. Final call, pro gamblers, round 1 eliminations. And second call, juniors. Second call, juniors. And Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro, you are on standby. Alrighty, those dial-ins are on the board for our first pair for our pro gamblers. Mike Mozowicz coming in with that 10-18 in the Hellcat. Greg Palmer bringing in a 10-16. Only 2 thou separating their dials here. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pay test and tune to lanes, please. Pay test and tune to staging lanes, please. Final call for juniors. Final call for juniors. Juniors to lane 0. Paid test and tune to lanes 4 and 5. Paid test and tune to lanes 4 and 5. Juniors to lanes 0 and 1. Alrighty, on that last one there, Justin DeCleric getting that challenger in. He will get the win light, knocking Brian Harlock out. That is win light to Justin. Mike Lauderwald coming in next with Mike Swanson. Lauderwald, 11:57 on the board. Running for YG Flooring Outlet, Mr. P Auto Detailing. And Swanson coming in alongside. That'll be a red light, unfortunately, for Mike Swanson. Win light to Nova Mike. Nova Mike going to get a total package of 17 there. I think he's looking to go all the way to the finals again. Kevin White bringing in the Duster, 1971 flavor, 1128 on the board. Peter Nguyen bringing in the other Duster, 1974 flavor instead. Both beautiful yellow machines, 1060 on the board for him. Second call, paid test and tune. Second call, paid test and tune. That is attention to the pits. Paid test and tune to staging lanes, please. Paid test and tune. Oh, sorry, I messed that up. Whatever. Paid test and tune to staging lanes 4 and 5. And can I get Super Pro to lanes 0, 1, and 0, 1, and 3. Super Pro, this is your called lanes. Super Pro to your staging lanes, please. Only 2 thou separate the reactions there. Zach Gates and Jason Prosler ripping. And oh my goodness, Zach Gates had the disadvantage by 2 thou on the reaction, but he is 11 thou off the dial. Going to take the stripe by 38 and move on to the next round, knocking Jason out. Dalen Baker coming up next. Once again, this is our juniors doing their 3rd time trial here. Dalen Baker coming off the line there alongside Preston McLean coming in for Canadian Tire Spruce Grove. Stephanie McLean, Realtor, Century 21 Masters. 30 thou reaction for Presley, going to get a 12-20. And Dalen Baker going to get a 14-20 on that run. Cohen Lap Rise coming in from Iron Wing, Tank and Vac from White Court. Sarah DeShane coming in from Beaumont. And for Mobile One on Great Earthworks, Hightower, Oatfield, Blue Water Group, and Total Choice Auto. And a big thank you once again to Two Bros for helping sponsor our Nitro Rats here at Rog Torque Raceway, along with Grimm's and McSweeney's. Final call, paid test and tune. Final call, paid test and tune. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, paid test and tune. To staging lanes, please. You come in to staging lane number 4 and 5. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. This is your second call of the lanes. Cohen gonna get a 909 on the board. Sarah gonna get 9 flat. Up next, Cole Curran. Bring it in from High River, getting ready to rip. Riker Dupuis coming in from Morton Distortion, EMA, Murray Truck Park Locators, and Lone Wolf Augering. Ooh. This is just time trials, but only 2 thou separating Cole Curran and Riker for the reactions there. 78 thou for Curran and Riker with 80. Sterling Thomas getting ready to take another run coming in from Coldstream, British Columbia. Narrow red light there, and going to get an 808 on that run. Alrighty, we are getting there. It is now time for attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Final call, Super Pro round 1 eliminations. Or final call, Super Pro round 1 of eliminations. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Heavy Metal, you are on standby. Heavy Metal, you are on standby. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Our Super Pros have had their final call. Super Pros have had their final call. Paid test and tune, paid test and tune. Please come on in behind them. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits, paid test and tune, paid test and tune. Please come on in behind those Super Pro racers. I made a little mistake with the run order earlier. Hopefully we'll get everything sorted out. That is once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Paid test and tune to staging lanes, please. Paid test and tune to staging lanes, please. My apologies about the missed call earlier for you guys. This is your actual first call to staging lanes, please. Heavy Metal, you are on standby. Heavy Metal, you are on standby. All right, looks like the dial-ins are set for our Super Pro Gamblers first pair. Jason Solomon coming in from Beaumont. 862 on the board there. And Janet Coleman. Janet, I believe, hopefully. Got that right this one, hopefully. 1968, 1116. So it will be Jason going to have to be very patient there at that start line before he starts to chase down Coleman there. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call for pay test and tune. Second call, pay test and tune. I can get you guys into lanes 4 and 5. Pay test and tune into lanes 4 and 5. Something not quite working out there for Jason as he's only 0002 breakout. That is rough. That stinks. So almost identical reactions. We're into the 10 thous for differences there. 39 thou for both. Jason Solomon breaks out by 0002. That'll be Winlight. Coleman with an 18 thou off. Page, Baskerville, and Garnet Rose ripping on down now. 32 thou separated them, but Page in the trouble gum unfortunately will break out by 72. Giving it to Garnet Rose, getting that win light, and moving on to our next round of Super Pro Gamblers here. Tanya Mozowicz bringing in that drag pack. Ooh. Reed Thomas, nobody show him his card when he gets back. 0008, and he will be only 1 thou off dial. That's a perfect red light and a perfect off dial. Unfortunately on that run, nobody show him that when he gets back. Tanya getting that win light, moving on to the next round. 58 thou reaction, 28 thou for the dial there. Pat Duhaniak coming in next, 9-12 in the Roadster. Bringing in another Roadster, Sherman coming in for counting line auto body 796. Going to be trying to chase Duhaniak down. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, test and tune. Final call, test and tune. And first call, heavy metal. First call, heavy metal. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. First call, heavy metal. First call, heavy metal. First call, heavy metal. Final call, test and tune. Final call, test and tune. First call, heavy metal. Ooh, there is a big reaction advantage here between these two. And it'll be Sherman Schlatt locking out Pat at the start line there. 15 thou reaction, 6 thou for the off dial. Going to be a total package of 24 thou. Oh, less than that, sorry. 20, I can't do math. 21 thou. I'm going to pretend it's still morning even though it's 12 o'clock. Pat, unfortunately, breaking up by 46. And that'll be, once again, win light to Sherman. Mike Swanson up next, 11:39 with Winston Fisher. Fisher, 10:15. $11.48 on the board for Mike Swanson, as he had a beautiful 18th thou reaction to the lock. Winston out at the start line there. Winston, unfortunately, going to have a breakout by a lot there. Once again, win light, Mike Swanson. Heavy metal, heavy metal. This is another call to staging lanes for you. Heavy metal to staging lanes, please. Heavy metal to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, heavy metal. Second call, heavy metal. Ah, that's a lot better than last time there for that tester. 30 thou reaction, 790. That's a lot more what you're looking for. Shailene Smith coming in for test and tune as well. She, I think, went all the way to the finals for pro, if I'm not mistaken. That or semifinals yesterday. Had a great showing. Beautiful machine. $19th thou reaction. That's not too shabby at all. 10:32 on that run as well. All right, only a few more seconds before your final call, heavy metal. It'll be your first round of elimination, so heavy metal, make sure you're making it on down to those lanes. I'll be yelling out your final call in just less than a minute here. Leo Radray getting another good old rip down that track in that Roadster. TA1 2023 build there. 859 on the board. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits, just as I foretold. Final call for heavy metal. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for heavy metal, round one of eliminations. Final call, heavy metal, round one, blah, 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 I can't talk. Final call, round one of eliminations for heavy metal. Final call, heavy metal, for your round one of eliminations. Make sure you're getting on down into those staging lanes so we can have you guys decide who's going to be climbing that ladder. Chris Gould bringing in that lovely 2017 Camaro, getting ready for another test and tune rip here. He backed off on that, still going 574. That thing is going to be blazing fast. Alrighty, Greg Stewart coming in from Shore Park, getting ready to rip. I believe this is our final test tune. Then we'll be into eliminations for heavy metal. He's staged. And he's off. That sounds rowdy. Backing way off. Still getting 890 on the quarter mile. That's a 5:07 eighth mile as well. Alrighty, Waterbox is waving on forward. Our first pair for heavy metal. Jason Duchesne coming in from Beaumont in that most dragster with Chris Crozier. Sounds like they're both rolling in. Identical dial-ins. This is a mirror matchup. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro, round 2 eliminations, you are on standby. Pro, you are on standby. Jason pre-stages first. Crozier's in pre-stage as well. Who will deep first? It'll be Jason. Oh, man. That was a good run for Jason Duchesne. I think he's going to take the stripe 38 thou, and that's exactly what his total package is, too. Unfortunately, Chris, 62 thou reaction, just not good enough for him. Jason Duchesne with the win light and moving on to the next round. Tristan Duchesne up next in the Roadster, 5:52 on the board. Going to be trying to chase down Brett Fitt and that Nova 2 coming in from Rocky View with the 6:13. You guys can't see it because that win light's not working, but red light for Tristan Duchesne. Once again, unfortunately, there was a red light for Tristan Duchesne by only 16 thou, but Brett Fitt had a 5 thou and 11 thou reaction for a total package of 16. He would have locked out Tristan if Tristan was in the green with that 16. That's win light, Brett Fitt. Moving on to the next round, Zach Gates coming up next in the Fox Body, 6:52. Going to be trying to stay ahead of Darren O'Connor in the Nova with that 5:13. Ooh, only 10 thou separate them. And that is enough. Unfortunately for Zach Gates, Darren O'Connor, 10 thou reaction, 13 thou off dial is going to take the stripe by 25 thou. Zach Gates, no slouch with a total package of 49 thou, but once again, Darren O'Connor running spicy. Total package of 23 with that win light. Win Darren O'Connor. He'll move on to the next round, knocking Zach out. Ricky Wilson coming in for RPD Industries, Wilson Racing, Precision Performance, Modified Welding, and Challenger Downhole Tools coming in with a 498. And Eric Golden coming in with a 4, I believe it might be 469. Yeah, 469. Separated by 39 thou for their dials there. If I'm doing my math right, which, I mean, I've made a few mistakes. I've been catching them, but geez. I think my thinking meat's not working properly here. $27 thou separated them at that start line there, and that is enough. That'll be win light. Well, not functioning win light, but win light to Eric Golden. Eric Golden knocking Ricky Wilson out here, and he'll move on to the next round. Ricky Wilson, total package of 37, and going to take the stripe by 41. Daryl Smith in the silver bullet, 540 on the board. Joe Graves looking to see if he can knock him out with a 505. Joe Graves going to try and chase him out. Darren Smith going to try and keep him behind with the 540. Alrighty, anybody's race, but it will be a lockout at the start line. Super tight race, though. Oh, my goodness. It's only barely a lockout. Joe Graves takes the stripe by 4 thou, and he's going to have a total package of 66. Daryl Smith almost perfectly on dial, but he got a 71 thou for his reaction there. Justin Haniak coming up next for R&D Trailer Rentals, CCMR Performance, BKA Transportation, Lordco Auto Parts, 451 on the board. Monty Beagle only 1 thou different, 452. On that note, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro to lanes, please. Pro to lanes, please. That is attention to the pits. Pro to lanes, please. Pro to lanes, please. That means juniors, you're going to be on standby. Juniors, you're going to be on standby. Ultra narrow red light for Monty there. That will be only 3 thou in the red, Monty. And win light for Justin Duhaniak. Justin going to be 72 thou reaction and come in only 5 thou off dial under that dial in. Monty Beagle is going to be kicking himself on the return road. Once again, near perfect 3 thou. I'm breaking out by 9. Daryl Baker up next. 523 on the board there in the S10. Cody Graves, Gravedigger, 471. Looking to see if he can get to the finals again today. Well, and win it again today. Let's see if Daryl Baker can stop him here. Both are pre-staged. Gravedigger, deep stages. Oh, it's tight. Only 15 thou separate them. And Daryl Baker knocking out our winner from yesterday. Win light Daryl Baker as Joe Graves gets locked out. He breaks out by 2 thou. That is Daryl Baker moving on to the next round. 11th thou reaction. Dead 17. Moving on to the next round, knocking out our winner from yesterday, Cody Graves. Madison Morton coming in for GT Cast White Spruce, Alberta IMD. 477, only 7 thou faster. Mike Crozier coming in for DCRT Welding Day Night Hotshot. 470. Once again, 470 up against Madison Morton's 477. Oh, that's rough. Red light. Red light, Madison Morton. That'll be win light to Mike Crozier. Madison Morton, red light by 6 thou. That'll be win light Crozier. Crozier breaking out by 4 thou. Gonna be kicking herself down on the return road. Daniel O'Connor up next. R&R Welding, Eberts Brothers Racing, Mofo Trucking, Seas Inc. Coming in the Acadian 466 on the board. Megan Karin gonna be trying to chase him down. Coming in for Napa, Goodyear, and County Chrysler 494. Second call for Pro. Second call for Pro to staging lanes, please. Second call for Pro to staging lanes, please. Can I get juniors to lane 0, please? Juniors to lane 0. Pro, if you can come in from any lane that's further or higher than 2. Hokey Dinah. red light for Daniel O'Connor, going to be kicking himself out. But Morgan Caron, holy tamale, total package of 2 there. Triple zip 8. 0029. That is one heck of a run. Ray Gates coming up next for Fast Times Machining, 455. Michael Scholl going to be leaving the line 2,000 after him with a 453. And if it wasn't clear with that total package of 2, Morgan Caron getting the win light, moving on to the next round for heavy metal. And win light will be for Ray Gates there, as there's a narrow red light for Michelle Scholl there. Just ever so slightly in the red at only 9. And that'll be win light to Ray Gates, 1 thou reaction. 1 thou, dead 1 thou, sorry. Tension to the pits. Final call for pro. Final call for pro to staging lanes, please. Second call juniors to lane 0. Second call juniors to lane 0. Pro to lane, any lane higher than 2. Ryan O'Connor in the Ranger going against Tony Ostradkar, also in the Ranger, 1982 versus 1984. Ostradkar coming in from Ultra Arc Welding, and Johnny's Glass dialed 658. Ryan dialed 594. Oh! Only 4,000 separating them. And that will be win light for Tony Ostradkar. A beautiful run. 13 thou, dead 5. Gonna take the stripe by 23. Knocking Ryan out. Once again, win light, Tony Ostradkar. Unfortunately, win light's not functioning, but win light for Tony. And up next, Danny Moderson coming in for Flutter Boutique. 543 on the board. Pat Newhonning coming in with a 571. Super Pro, you guys are going to be on standby. I know some of you guys are potentially going to be in Pro, but Super Pro, you are on standby. Red light for Danny there, unfortunately. That'll be Pat Duhaniak getting the win light there. 32 thou reaction, breaking out by 2. But red light for Danny, so win light, Pat Duhaniak. Randy Moderson coming up next in the 1963 Corvette, 512. Looks like his opponent might have broke, so he will be racing against himself here. Alrighty, attention to the pits, Final call, juniors to staging lanes, please. Final call, juniors to staging lanes, please. $513 on the board for Randy Moderson. Once again, Randy Moderson, unfortunately his opponent broke, so he gets the win there. Moving on to the next round. Coming in dead 19, 74th hour reaction. I believe that was the last of our heavy metals. So we will be, well, maybe not, but I think that is. We are probably moving on into our pros here for our pro gamblers. Kevin White going to be having the bye here. And then it'll be Justin Declerick with Mike Lauderwald. And Zach Gates against Mike Mozowicz. Zach Gates, we got the dial ins up, so they should be ready to come into the water box as soon as water box is ready. 10:35 on the board for Zach, coming in from Vegreville for Helena Farming. Mike bringing in that lovely Hellcat, 10:18. Man, I got to do math in my head. I think that's 17 thou separating them, maybe. On those dials. Alrighty. Ripping on out of that burnout box. Once again, it's the 1988 Fox body going against the 2016 Hellcat. Looking to have a discussion to see who will move on into the semifinals. Whoever wins this gets the bye into the finals as well. Oh my goodness. A big reaction advantage for Mike. That'll be win light for Zach, though, as he's going to be kicking himself on the return road. Mike had a 2 thou reaction, massive reaction advantage. Zach, 54 reaction. But Mike breaks up by 19. Zach only breaks up by 17, getting him the win light. That'll be Zach Gates with the bye into the finals. All right, Mike Lauderwald coming in next for YG Flooring Outlet and Mr. P Auto Detailing, 1162. Going to be trying to stay ahead of Justin Declerick. And another double breakout, but Nova Mike, he gets that win light. He had the better reaction, 61 thou. He's only going to break up by 68. Justin's going to break up by a lot more there, and he'll get knocked out, and it will be Nova Mike moving on into the next round. He will be racing in the semifinals against Kevin White in that 71 yellow Duster. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Oh, I guess there goes my chances of having my fellow little buddy, announcing buddy in the booth here. Darn it, Zach, you got to buy into the finals. Alrighty, our juniors finals for Junior Storms here coming on in. Preston McLean and Dalen Baker getting ready to face off again. Preston McLean coming in for Canadian Tire, Spruce Grove. Sonny McLean, Century Realtors, 21. Masters, 12-16 on the board. Dalen Baker, 14-20. A little bit of a grudge match from yesterday. And a big thank you to all you sponsors out there helping our Nitro Rats coming on out here. Two Bros, McSweeney's, Grimm's, and Iron Wing Manufacturer. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody. And win a light. I believe this is a flip from yesterday. Dalen Baker getting 14-30, getting that win light. Preston McLean going to be kicking himself on the return road. He breaks out by just 6. Only 6 thou under dial. Sarah Duchesne coming in from Mobile 1 on Great Earthworks, Hydro Fuel, Blue Water Group, and Total Choice Auto. She's going to be having the bye for our junior. Lightning's coming on in straight into the semifinals. And finding out if she's going to be going on against Cole Carr, Nicole, and Lapra. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Super Pro, second call, Super Pro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro. This is your second call to lane. Super Pro, this is your second call to lane. Sarah DeShane, 25 thou in the red there. Dead 23, 9 flat on the board there against that 898. Riker Dupuis coming in for Morton Distortion, EMA, Murray Truck Park Locators, and Lone Wolf Augering 822. I got to do math here. Not much separating them. 807, less than 20 thou separating them for Sterling Thomas. Whoever wins this will be getting a bye into the finals. Oh, and Sterling Thomas with a big reaction advantage is going to lock out Riker at the start line there. Win a light Sterling Thomas once again. Cohen Laprise and Cole Carn looking to decide who will be facing off against Sarah DeShane next round. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for Super Pro Gamblers. Final call, Super Pro Gamblers. That is Super Pro Gamblers. Final call. Get your way into those staging lanes, please. Final call, Super Pro Gambler. Final call, Super Pro Gambler. Can I get you into lanes 1, 2, and 3? Final call, Super Pro Gamblers. Final call, Super Pro Gamblers. Can I get test and tune, paid test and tune to lanes 4 and 5? Paid test and tune to lanes 4 and 5, please. Once again, that was final call for our pro gamblers to lanes 3 and, or sorry, 1 or 2 or 1, blah, 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 blah. I got to rewind here. 2, 3, or, yeah, 2 or 3, come on into those lanes. And can I please get our test and tune into 4 and 5? Test and tune to 4 and 5. Final call, Super Pro. Final call, Super Pro. And test and tune first call to lanes 4 and 5. Cole Carn getting the win light there. Only 5,000 separate the reactions, but Cohen's going to come in dead 10 and take the stripe by 57. Yeah, win light Cole. He's going to go in and face off against Sarah DeShane next round. Heavy metal, you are on standby. Heavy metal, you are on standby. And if you missed it, Pro Gamblers, that was your final call. Final call, Super Pro, sorry, Gamblers. Final call, Super Pro Gamblers. I think you're all there. And paid test and tune, you've had your first call. Second call is going to come out in about a minute here. Janet Coleman dialed 1116. I believe it's 17 thou? Maybe. Mike Swanson, more than that, never mind. Mike Swanson coming in with 1139 in the S10. Janet Coleman, once again, 1116. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call for test and tune. That is second call, paid test and tune. Second call, paid test and tune. Heavy metal, you are on standby. Heavy metal, you are on standby. Alrighty, they're both staged. Lights trio's coming down. And there's a tough reaction advantage here. Still anybody's race. Mike Swanson going to be kicking himself on the return road. 66 thou reaction. He had about a 30 thou reaction there, or 28 thou reaction, but he breaks out by 1. That'll be win light to Jeanette Coleman. She will get the bye into the finals. Tanya Mozowicz coming in next in that drag pack. Dialed 933, going to be chasing Garnet Rose with that 1049. And Tanya getting that win light. Tanya, 27th hour reaction, dead 35, is going to take the stripe by 23. She will move on to the next round, knocking Garnet out of the run-ins. Sherman getting ready to go through here. He's going to be facing off against Tanya in the semifinals for our Super Pro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Heavy metal to staging lanes, please. Heavy metal to staging lanes, please. Final call for test and tune. Final call for test and tune. Please come into lane, I believe, lane 0 if you haven't yet come in. This is your final call for test and tune. And first call for heavy metal. First call, heavy metal. Alrighty, on to our testers and tuners. Once again, you've had your final call. Please come into lane 0 if you haven't yet. And our heavy metal, you've had your first call. Alright, a couple testers running there. Might be a little bit of a grudge match here. This is just test and tune. Challengers getting ready to face off against one another for a little spot of fun. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, heavy metal, second call, heavy metal. Those lanes are looking awfully bare right now. Second call, heavy metal, second call, heavy metal. Please make your way on into those staging lanes. A nice 5 thou reaction for the Summit Lane Napa Lane. He's going to get there faster. They're 978 on the Napa Lane. Summit Lane 1013. And those heavy metals that are coming on in should have already had their second call once again. Justin Honiak looks like with the bye. Jason Duchesne going to be going against Brett Fitt. Ray Gates against Randy Moderson. Darren O'Connor against Morgan Caron. Tony Osterkar against Joe Graves. Dalen Baker against Pat Duhoniak. Eric Golden against Mike Crozier. All right, Pat Duhoniak getting ready to rip on that note. Attention to the pits, final call, heavy metal, final call, heavy metal. Pro, you are on standby. Pro, you are on standby. And once again, attention to the pits, final call, heavy metal, final call, heavy metal. Pat Duhoniak, or sorry, Justin, sorry, not Pat. Justin Duhoniak coming in with the bye here. Coming in for R&D Trailer Rentals, CCMR Performance, BKE Transportation, and Lordco Auto Parts, 450 on the board there. Going to be racing the Ghost of Christmas Past. And going to come dead 20 for the dial there. 452 against that 450. I can hear our next pair rumbling on in under the tower. Mike Crozier coming in for DCRT Welding. Day Night Hotshot pulling into that mutual burnout box with Eric Golden. Only 1 thou separate their dials. 469, 468. Eric Golden going to be leaving that line only 1 thou after Mike. Oh, there is a big reaction advantage here. 51 thou reaction advantage. Mike Crozier going to get that win light. Once again, 51,000 reaction advantage. He's going to come in with a total package of 25 on that run. Once again, win light, Mike Crozier. Up next, Jason Duchesne, 474 on the board. Going to be trying to chase down Brett Fitt with that 614. Brett Fitt's Nova 2 is brought to you by All Fits Auto. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro to staging lanes, please. Pro to staging lanes, please. For your next round of eliminations. That is pro to staging lanes, please. Pro to staging lanes, please. I believe it's your semifinals. All right, on that last one there, Brett Fitt, unfortunately, red lighting by 5 thou. Jason Shane will get that win light with a total package of 31. Sorry, Jason Duchesne, once again, sorry, with the win light. Jason Duchesne, win light, total package 31. Brett Fitt breaking up by 5 thou. Up next, Ray Gates coming in for Fast Times Machining, 455. Randy Monterson ripping out of that mutual pain burnout box, 512. Going to be trying to keep Ray Gates in the rear view. This might be a lockout. Let's see. Not quite. Ray Gates, massive reaction advantage, but he's going to come in 64 off out and only take the stripe by 26. Win light Ray Gates. Daryl Baker coming in from Foothills, bringing that S10, 523 on the board. Going to be trying to chase down Pat Duhaniak with that 570. Duhaniak already pre-staging. 47 thou separating them on their dial. Whoever wins this going to be facing off against Mike, the Crozier. Oh my goodness. Only 8 thou separate them. Win light. That 8 thou reaction managed to make a huge difference. Daryl Baker, 10 thou reaction, and he's going to take the stripe by 3. That was tight. Once again, win light, Daryl Baker. Taking the stripe, but only 3 thou from Pat. Up next, Morgan Caron. Coming in for Napa Goodyear County Chrysler, 494 on the board there. Daryl O'Connor coming in for that Chevrolet Nova, 513 for the dial. $19 thou separating them for their dial-ins. Both are pre-staged. Win light. Morgan Caron got off that line 5 thou slower, but still getting the win there. Gonna take the stripe by 46. Once again, win light. Morgan Caron knocking Darren out of the running. Tony Osford car coming in for Ultra Arc Welding and Johnny's Glass in the Ranger. 657 on the board. And going to be trying to stay ahead of Joe Graves in the Grand Am. 506. Ah, my goodness. Tony's going to be kicking himself on the return road. 0005 red. Nobody let him see his card when he gets back. Win. I mean, it's not working, but you know what I mean. Win light for Joe Graves. That Joe is going to be getting the bye next round. 23 thou reaction. 16 thou. Dead 16. A good run for Joe Graves once again. It is Joe Graves moving on to the next round. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for our pro gamblers. Final call, pro gamblers. Juniors to lanes, please. Juniors to lanes, please. My bad, I got caught up in announcing. I forgot to call you guys on in. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to lanes, please. Juniors to lanes, please. Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro, you are on standby. I think you're up. Kevin White and Mike Lauderwald getting ready to rip. 30 thou separate their dials. They are heading off. 20 thou reaction. Roughly reaction advantage there might decide it. Who will be facing Zach Gates? It'll be Nova Mike getting into the finals again. Narrowly knocking out Kevin White. Nova Mike, 62 thou reaction for YG Floorings Outlet and Mr. P Auto Detailing. 21 thou off dial, taking the stripe by 30. Zach Gates has got a tough opponent coming up next. He's racing the bye here. 10:35 on the board. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call for juniors. Second call for juniors to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors, can I get you to lane 0 and 1? Juniors to lane 0 and 1. First call, Super Pro. First call, Super Pro. Can I get you to lanes 3, 4, and 5? Super Pro to lanes 3, 4, and 5. Juniors to lane 0 and 1. Juniors to lane 0 and 1. Zach Gates in that 1988 Fox Body Mustang coming in for Helena Farmings. He pre-stages before the bye. He's deep. Oh, and he's off. Red light there makes the tree blush by 20 thou, but that's enough for the bye. And that will be Zach Gates. Moving on into the finals to face off against Nova Mike for our Pro Gamblers final here tonight. Our juniors are pulling on into those lanes. We might have a garage match for the Storms. We'll see if they're coming on in for that. But our junior Lightning, Sarah DeShane and Cole Karn are going to be facing off to see who will go in the finals. Sterling Thomas got the bye here. I think we can all agree we can pretend that I definitely did not get caught up and forgot to call the junior sooner, and we'll just pretend that it was we're building dramatic tension. Speaking of dramatic tension, tension to the pits, juniors, final call, juniors. Please make your way, if you're not already heading on down and getting ready to race, make sure you're making your way on into lanes 0 and 1. And second call for Super Pro, second call, Super Pro. Can you please make your way into lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4. I guess if juniors are also all the way clear, you're fine too, but attention to the pits. Can I please get paid test and tune as well to be on standby? Paid test and tune. Gonna call you right away here. All right, Cole Caron dialed 794, facing off against Sarah DeShane, 899. All right, Super Bowl, we're gonna do a bit of a change of plans because it looks like you guys are lining up there. Yeah, I think it's still good. Yeah, lanes 3, I guess 1 to 4 work fine. Can I get paid test and tune to lane 5, please? Paid test and tune to lane 5. And Super Pro, you have had your second call. About a minute and a half till your final call. All right, Cole Caron and Sarah DeShane getting ready to rip. Cole coming in with the 794 once again. Sarah DeShane coming from Mobile 1, Honorable Grade, Earthworks, Side Road Field, Blue Auto Group, Total Choice Auto, 899. I think last I heard she was the point leader for the juniors here. But it sounded like it was tight. She's coming in, moving up an age class, being the reigning champion in Storms before. Looking to see what she can make happen in Lightning. That is tough. Sarah DeShane going to be kicking herself on the return road. 002 in the red. That is a narrow red light. Near perfect red. Cole Caron's going to get it. 38 thou reaction. 7 thou under the dial-in. Breaks out. Tension to the pits. Final call, Super Pro. Final call, Super Pro. And second call, paid test and tune. Second call, paid test and tune. Heavy Metal, you are on standby. Heavy Metal, you are on standby. Sterling Thomas gonna be riding the bye on into the finals for our junior Lightnings here. Having a nice little old rip down the strip. If you missed it, test and tune. This was your second call for test and tune. And pro gamblers, I think you're all there, but you've had your final call. Looks like you are. Second call for our test and tune has gone out. Second call for our test and tune has gone out. Heavy Metal, you are on standby. It looks like all of our test and tunes might already be in. Guess we're going to do this. Okay, any more paid test and tunes that have not yet gotten into the lanes, please head to lane 0 or 1. Please head to lane 0 or 1. Heavy Metal to staging lanes. Any lane except for 0 and 1. So please head into lanes 2 or more for Heavy Metal. Janet Coleman coming in from Shore Park. Getting ready to rip down the strip. 11:16 for the dial there. Racing the bye into the finals. She's going to be facing off against either Sherman Schlatt or Tanya Mozowicz. Tanya, sorry. All right, once again, this is final call for test and tune. Final call for test and tune. Oh, Janet getting a 0003. Not taking it easy on the. That'll be a total package of 1. I think she's just trying to intimidate her competition at that point. Once again, total package of 1 on that run. She moves on into the finals. Tanya Mozowicz, 933, going to be trying to stay ahead of Sherman Schlatt in that Spitster, 796. County Line Auto Body helping him out there as they decide who will be facing Coleman in our Super Pro Gambler final here tonight. Or today, whatever you prefer. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, heavy metal, second call, heavy metal. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Heavy metal, second call, heavy metal. Ah, Tanya, she's going to red light there. That'll be win light for Sherman. He's going to be facing off against Coleman in the finals here. Coleman, once again, with a rather intimidating total package of 1 on that last run. Can't believe that's I think that's our second time today of having a total package of 1. All right, our test and tuner is getting ready to rip. Might be a bit of a grudge matches going on. Third call, heavy metal. Third call, heavy metal to staging lanes, please. This is your third call for heavy metal. Third call for heavy metal. Justin Duhaniak going to be facing off against Jason Duchesne. Ray Gates going to be going against Morgan Caron. Joe Graves got the bye. Daryl Baker going to be going against Mike Crozier. Once again, heavy metal, heavy metal. This is your third call to lanes. Heavy metal. Third call to staging lanes, please. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Pro finalists, you are on standby. Pro finalists, you are on standby. Ooh, that test and tune run was nice and lickety split. 0002 in the red. That's a trip zip in the red for that test and tune run there. Ryan O'Connor bringing down a tag along inside of there. He's not going to be going as wild as he could. But he's going to go take a nice old rip down the strip. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Can I get our pro finalists to staging lanes, please? Pro finalists to staging lanes, please. Ooh! 000 for that passenger run there. That's a great run. Wouldn't expect a trip zip when you're bringing a little different weight distribution. Alrighty, our heavy metal quarter finalists are getting lined up under the tower. Justin Haniak, R&D, Trailer Rental, 60MR Performance, BKE, Transportation, Lordco Auto Parts, 451 on the board for him. And I blow about 23 thou slower is going to be Jason DeShane with a 474. And if you haven't had your lunch yet, make sure you're heading on down to that Pits concession and get yourself some grub. Should be some poutine out there. Should be some hamburgers, some hot dogs all ready to go. So making sure you're getting yourself fed up. Once again, only about 23 thou separate them on the dials. Jason's going to be leaving that line first. Justin's going to be trying to chase him down. that's going to be rough. Jason DeShane, not bad at 47th thou, but Justin Duhaniak just drops a trip zip and knocks him out. Win light for Justin there. Going to knock out Jason. And Justin's going to have a total package of 39. Take the stripe by 23. Ray Gates coming up next for fast times. I'm shooting 4:55 on the board. 39 thou slower is going to be Morgan Karn with that 494. Napa Auto Part, Goodyear, and County Chrysler. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I believe this is second call for our finalists for our pros. Oh, that's rough. Morgan Karn. 000 red light. That is unfortunate. Ray Gates is going to walk through that one. Total package of 39. Once again, Morgan Karn, ultra narrow red light. Win light, Ray Gates. Pro finalists to your staging lanes, please. Mike Lauderwald and Zach Gates. If you're not already there, make sure you're getting in those staging lanes. And can I get our junior finalists to your staging lanes as well, or just juniors in general to your staging lanes, please, too. Lanes 0 and 1, if you could. Thank you so much. And that means Super Pro, you guys are also on standby. And heads up for all of our finalists today. There will be winner circle again today. On that note, Daryl Baker, 523 on the board, going to be chased by Mike Crozier with DCRT Welding and Day Night Hotshot. Win a light to Baker. Baker's going to get a total package of 29 and take the stripe by 19. Joe Graves coming in. Knowing he's going to be facing against Baker in the next round. You're not taking it easy against the buy. 13 thou reaction. Total package of 16 there as he is dead 3. Juniors to your staging lanes, please. Juniors to your staging lanes, please. And Zach Gates and Mike Lauderwald, you guys are getting ready to face off in your finals. Juniors are heading into lanes 0 and 1 right now. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, juniors to staging lanes, please. And first call for Super Pro. First call, Super Pro finalists to staging lanes, please. That is Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Test and tune, you are standby. Test and tune, you are on standby. Not getting in those lanes yet, but you are on standby. Zach Gates and Mike Lauderwald, Nova Mike, facing off to see who will be the winner here for our pro gambler here today. Zach Gates, 10:36 in the Fox body. Lauderwald in the Nova YG Florian and Mr. Piatto helping him out. 11:57. This is for all the beans in the bathtub. Oh, it's tight, but the reactions might decide this. Reaction advantage is to Zach Gates, and that will decide it as Nova Mike unfortunately breaks out by a lot. Zach Gates, total package of 29 will be our winner. He should be making his way on over to that winner's circle right now. Once again, Zach Gates, our winner. Mike Lauderwald is our runner-up for our pro gamblers. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for juniors. Final call for juniors to staging lanes, please. Final call for juniors to staging lanes, please. Second call for Super Pro. Second call for Super Pro to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call juniors, final call juniors. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Super Pro, your first call. Nope, second call, sorry. Super Pro, second call to staging lanes, please. And you can see Zach Gates heading on over to that winner's circle. And Mike coming on in on the return road. Great racing today from Mike as well. But Zach will be our pro champion for the evening. Alrighty, I think that is our finalists for our juniors under the tower. Cole Caron, 794. Sterling Thomas, 807. Caron coming in from High River. Thomas coming in from Coldstream, BC. Not much separate them on the dials here. I gotta do math. I don't like math. I think it's 7,000 separate them. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We are getting close to our final call for our Super Pro. Make sure you're getting ready to get in those lanes. All right, our juniors, Lightning, finalists getting ready to rip this Sunday afternoon. Once again, only 7,000 separate them. Sterling Thomas, 807, going to be leaving first. Cole Caron, 794, going to be chasing him down. Can Cole get around him, or will Sterling stay ahead? And a big reaction advantage will decide it. Cole Caron getting that win light, taking the stripe, though, by only 23. That is actually a surprisingly tight race. Sterling Thomas had a rough reaction, but Cole Caron came in way off dial. And he still gets that win light, though, and once again, only by 23 thou. That is a proper finisher for the day. I believe Nitro Rats, I think you guys have your own winner circle and your own schemes. I think it's at your clubhouse. I don't know when it'll be, though. Paid test and tune to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Paid test and tune to your staging lanes, please. And if you didn't hear it, Super Pro finalists, this is your final call. Super Pro finalists, this is your final call. Final call, Super Pro finalists. Final call, Super Pro finalists. And as a reminder for Super Pro, whichever one of you is the winner, make sure heading on over to that winner circle. Zach Gates just cinched his victory, and he's getting his photo shoot done. Sherman Schlatt, getting ready to race against Janet Coleman. This is for all the bread in the bakery. Who's going to walk home with the bigger slice of the pie? Coleman going to be bringing in a dial of 11:15. Sherman going to have to be patient by almost 3 seconds with that 796 in the Spitzter. Sherman brought to you by County Line Auto Body. Coleman dropped a 1 thou total package last round. Second call, paid test and tune. Second call, paid test and tune. All right, they're coming on up to that line after they burned out in that reachable pain burnout box. Will it be the Sherwood Parkian or will it be the Stony Planian? Oh, no. That is rough. Sherman, 21 thou in the red. Had to be so patient. That'll be win light for Coleman. She is going to be making her way on over to that winner's circle next. She broke out by 7 thou. Man, Sherman's going to be kicking himself on the return road. Once again, our winner for the night for Super Pro will be Coleman. You know what? We got a little cooldown to burn, so let's just go for it. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. For the next 4 minutes, the lanes are open for happy hour, so if you want to get some rips down the track, get into those lanes right away. As for only the next 4 minutes, the lanes will be open. So 1:36, those lanes will close down again. Happy hour for the next 4 minutes. Once again, lanes will close for the happy hour at 1:36. So please make your way on down to those lanes if you want to get some rips in and you're ready to go. Heavy metal, you can take that as your 5-minute warning, by the way. 5-minute warning for heavy metal. You are on standby, and we will get in your first call to lanes for you semifinalists. I think. Probably. Let's find out. I'm going to look at my papers. Egads, I'm correct. It will be your semifinals. Once again, heavy metal. Your semifinals will be called to your first call to lanes in about 5 minutes here. Happy hour lanes are open until 36. So 3 minutes left of lanes being open if you want to take a rip. Come on down. Alrighty, looks like we have a taker for happy hour. Once again, there's only a little bit of time left before those lanes are closed, so come on in. There will be another happy hour after our next round of heavy metal. I'll give you exact details on that. Oh, looks like we have staff on track. So we'll get our happy hour run in just a minute here. Looks like the Trouble Gum is going to be taking a rip. Alrighty, that is the clock turning over. Happy hour lanes are now closed. If you're not already in those lanes, you got to wait until after this round of heavy metal. And on that note, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If we could get our semi-finalists for heavy metal, to your staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Semi-finalists for heavy metal, semi-finalists for heavy metal. This is your first call. Alrighty, the Trouble Gum is getting ready to take the rip for the happy hour rip. I think it's Paige Baskerville, if I'm remembering the last name correctly. Heavy metal starting to pull into those lanes. Once again, it'll be Justin Uhaniak and Ray Gates, Joe Gaves with Daryl Baker. Alrighty, Paige getting a narrow red light there. 785 on the board. I think all of you might already be there for heavy metal, but if not, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call heavy metal, second call heavy metal to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, all of our heavy metal semifinalists are in those lanes and almost ready to rip. As a heads up, we will be having another happy hour right after. That happy hour will be about 10 minutes long, right after heavy metal. So, I think I'm going to wait just a second until they start moving, but as soon as they start moving, if you want to get on that happy hour, be ready. I'm going to call you to lanes in just a few seconds here. Well, maybe that's an exaggeration. We'll see. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Happy hour racers, happy hour racers. Please start making your way on down to the staging lanes, please. Happy hour racers, happy hour racers. Please make your way on down to the staging lanes, please. In case that's not clear, that is open lanes. Open lanes, if you have all your tech cards and everything like that, and you're looking to get another pass in before the weekend's over, your time will be as soon as this heavy metals run. Make sure you're heading on down into those lanes. Justin Uhaniak coming in for R&D Trailer Rentals, CCMR Performance, BKE Transportation, Lordco Auto Parts. 452 on the board. Going to be leaving just 3 thou after Ray Gates. Ray Gates for Fast Times Machining coming in with a 455. Justin had the best reaction. He might have been one of the ones with a total package of 1 today. I'm not sure. But he is a great racer. Ray Gates looking to maybe be doing the same thing his son did earlier today and maybe go down to that winner's circle. Well, they got a race to decide who's going to be there in the finals. Oh, that is rough. 12 thou in the red. Or sorry, 14 thou. Once again, 14 thou in the red for Ray Gates. That is such a narrow red light. He'd be dead 15 and take the stripe by 28 if he didn't red light it. That'll be win light for Justin. 12 thou reaction. 16 dead on that one. Daryl Baker and Joe Graves looking to decide who will be facing Justin Duhaniak in the finals. Baker 523, Graves 507. Ah, this is tight. Only about a double breakout. Oh my goodness. Joe Graves, though, third reaction advantage, and he's going to break out by 0006. Take the stripe by 6. Daryl Baker, once again, Graves was 0006. Baker is 006. Super narrow race there, but it will be Joe Graves with that win light. Moving on to our finals for heavy metal in about 15 minutes. And on that note, happy hour, happy hour. Happy hour will be going on until 1:56. Once again, happy hour, happy hour. Happy hour will be going on until 1:56. Open lanes until 1:56. Unfortunately, I'm guessing probably a lot of you guys already put your cars on your trailers, but if you want to get another rip on down that track, now's your time getting those staging lanes. 5-minute warning for happy hour. 5-minute warning for happy hour. You got 5 minutes to get in those staging lanes if you want to take a rip down that track. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you're looking to get one more run in, or more if you're fast enough being able to turn around, please get into those staging lanes for our open lanes here, happy hour. Only about 3 minutes left before those lanes close for happy hour. So if you're looking to get your run in, make sure you're making your way on over. And that means we have just a little under 10 minutes left on the cooldown for our heavy metal finalists. That's a nice run. 15th hour reaction. Getting 793. Randy Moderson getting a nice 2th hour reaction in happy hour here. 806 on the board. All righty. Those lanes are going to be closing down in just a minute here for happy hour. Once again, it's 1:55, 1:56. Those lanes will be closed. Got a golf cart whipping on through. I don't know if they're entering the race, if they got teched yet. All righty, Kyle has just made the call. Another 5 minutes for happy hour. We will be shutting down happy hour at 2 o'clock. So if you're looking to get any more runs in, please head on down. Few more minutes left for happy hour if you are looking to get your runs in. I'm aware a lot of you probably already packed up, but once again, it has been extended for another couple minutes here. We'll be closing her down around 2 o'clock. Alrighty, it is currently 2 o'clock, so happy hour lanes are closed. Heavy metal finalists. This is your 5-minute warning. 5-minute warning. Heavy metal finalists, you are on standby. 5-minute warning. 5-minute warning. 2:05. We're going to be calling you into those lanes and looking to get ready to rip you guys on down the track. Have you guys decide which one of you guys will be standing at that winner's circle tonight. Or today, sorry. I guess because it's 2 o'clock. All right, the little clock on my desk is beeping at me think y'all might know what that means. Heavy metal. Heavy metal. This is your first call for your finals. Heavy metal, heavy metal. This is the first call for your finals. First call, heavy metal to staging lanes, please. Justin Uhaniak, once again, going to be facing off against Ray Gates. Oh, wait, nope. Hold on. Yeah. Nope, that's not the right part. I got the wrong part of the ladder. My bad. Finalists getting ready to rip. Once again, they've had their first call. Alrighty, Justin is under the tower, as it looks like is Joe Graves getting ready to rip for this heavy metal final. Sorry, I read the wrong thing there. I tried to get the GP to look at my brain, but he just asked me, why is it in a pickle jar? In which, honestly, I think that's kind of body shaming almost. But they are getting ready to rip, so if you're looking to see this finals, make sure you're heading on over. Winner's Circle will be occurring shortly after that run there. Whoever wins this race is going to make their way on over to that little banner there. So racers and family, as soon as this race is run, make sure you're making your way on over. They're currently getting ready under the tower. Water box, getting everything nice and moist. Alarm's going off for second call, but I think they're already there. Justin Uhaniak coming in for R&D Trailer Rentals, CCMR Performance, BKE Transportation, Lordco Auto Parts. 453 on the board. Gonna be leaving that line 56 thou, 53 thou before. Joe Graves in the Grand Am, 506 for the dial. Justin looking to see if he can take home all the tickles in the trunk. Joe Graves looking to see if he can bury the competition. All right, our finalists are getting ready to rip. Justin ripping on out of that burnout box. Graves getting ready to do the same. And once again, this is our heavy metal final here tonight. This is for all the tinfoil in the hat. They're both pre-staged. Justin deep stages. Ooh. 40 thou separate them, and it is not enough. Oh my goodness, Joe's gonna be kicking himself on the way there. 19 thou reaction for Joe, but Justin with a 59 thou manages to get the better of him in a double breakout scenario. Justin breaking up by 0001. Graves 0067. That is rough. Justin Honiak going to be making his way on down to that winner's circle, getting his picture taken. Congratulations to both of our finalists, to our winner, Justin, and our runner-up, Joe Graves, tonight. It was a great evening of racing. Thank you all for coming on out. Safe travels to wherever you're going next. And we hope to see a bunch of you guys on out Wednesday for Hot August Nights. And our weekend coming up, Smoked Out Shootout. Coming up, I believe, Friday, Saturday. Once again, from all the staff here at Rad Torque Raceway, thank you all and hope you have a great evening. Once again, Winner's Circle will be going on, so drivers and family for heavy metal, make your way on over down there, as Justin should be making his way there to get his trophy presentation, I believe. And have a great night, y'all.